Well, that was a fantastic session, guys. I hope you took a lot from it. If it stimulated just one pause for thought in you and in how this impacts yourself, your audit teams or your functions, and then I think that's a job well done. All resilience starts with human resilience, essentially, is the message here. So we're going to move on now to a new session. I'm going to be passing to one of my colleagues on the banking committee of the ECIAA, Willem Jan. So Willem, very experienced, looking resplendent on the couch today, Willem. 10 years in PwC, now currently the Group Chief Internal Auditor at ING, having done a number of roles in ING audit over a number of years, and a Master's in Information Management and a Chartered Accountant. So, Willem, good to see you. I will hand to you for the next session.
Thanks very much, Steve, and thanks also for the very nice and inspiring conversation you just had with Roger. Very good to watch. Actually, I'm not by myself. Let me first introduce to you Annette Messemer. She's the independent member of the Audit and Risk Committee of Société Générale. Annette has a broad international experience. She's been in France, in the UK, in Germany and the US. She also used to work for a regulator. She's not just independent director at a bank, but also for industrial companies. So very good to have you around us. Annette, thank you very much for being here today with us.
Good morning.
Good morning. And then next to me on the couch is Pascal Augier. He's the Chief Audit Executive of Société Générale, also an esteemed member of the Banking Committee at ING. And a birthday boy, so very nice.
Thank you, man.
Thanks for being here with us today, Pascal.
Thank you, Willem Jan. On my side, let me introduce our last panelist, Helge Holson. Helge Holson, I can't see you on the screen. Yes. Good morning, Helge. Thank you for joining.
Good morning, how are you?
You are a distinguished partner at EY in Germany, logically specialized in the financial services and assurance sector. And you joined EY, if I'm not mistaken, in 2020, after a few years at PwC. So you are pure play Big Four, and we are delighted to have you on that panel to share with you your experience. So back to you, Willem Jan.
Thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the challenges and the profile of the internal auditor in a resilient banking sector. And we will turn to the people in the audience as well by using the Slido screen. So please keep an eye on that. And if time permits, we also may have time for one or two questions towards the end of this conversation. But let me start first with my first question, actually, to you, Annette. So, out of all the key challenges that internal auditors face nowadays in these turbulent times, what is the most important one, according to your experience?
Well, I think I'll continue where the predecessors left it. I think it's very important to think the unthinkable these times. So to challenge the assumptions we are operating in. And I'm not only going to give you one, but two or three more. Second is definitely acquire new skills, as has been mentioned this morning. Thirdly, to also be forward-looking and agile. And I'd like to conclude with a fourth challenge that hasn't been mentioned this morning, and that is the fact that we really operate in a regulated industry. And therefore, we need to listen to regulators, to communicate with regulators. And that is not only a one-way street, but a two-way street. So we have to make sure, that we address all of these challenges also together with our regulators.
Yeah, indeed. And Helga, do you have anything to add from your perspective?
I mean, Annette mentioned all the four most important, and we had the discussion, the hour, obviously, Annette, because that's obviously for all of us the most important challenge it's actually the human capital. Annette had it at part one. I do have it on part one as well. We come to that one in a second in more detail. And we just listened to Stephen and Roger, and it's obvious. It's clearly we do have the technical skills and the processes in place, especially when I look at Germany. We are known for that one. Annette, I guess you are as well. But when it really comes to the crisis, Andrea explained it nicely at the beginning, right? How do we actually sustain as an audit function, the ongoing crisis, and let's keep it as a new normal. And Annette, you finalized as well. Even though Stephen and Roger said, it's not the compliance as such, but at the end, that is an audit function. And for me, it doesn't matter if it's internal audit, and my job is obviously external audit, right? We need to be compliant, right? And that is our purpose as well. We need to be compliant, and we need to be in constant discussion with the regulator, knowing that actually the regulatory environment have become more fluent from, let's say, big changes when it comes to ESG and or even small changes on a actually daily basis, right? And we need to cope with changes in regulatory environment, especially when it comes to financial services and banks each and every day.
Yeah. Thanks. Does it resonate with you, Pascal?
Yes, it fully resonates. And I think, as you both said, I think Roger and Stephen almost said it all in the previous discussion. For me, there would be 4 dimensions which you also touched on, which are highly important for us. The first one is the usual one, is to keep the technical challenge, so acquiring the right skills, the right expertise to follow and be forward-looking in a very fast-changing risk environment, which is the tricky thing these days, with more technology also coming our way. So keeping the pace in terms of, say, getting to grips with the facts. The second, which is very linked to that, is what it requires in terms of flexibility and adaptability, which is very much close. Yeah. Also, in order to keep the balance and to sustain the pressure. The third one is as usual, and I think it's historically one of the challenges of every auditor across the history, is to have that mix of assertiveness and humility. Yeah. Assertiveness because you need to face the facts, you need to face very advanced managers, and at the same time, you need to be humble. So fighting that balance is not an easy thing for us humans, if I quote. And last but not least is maybe it's a more topical challenge, which is the need to remain engaged. And there are different ways to remain engaged these days with the new remote working thing, and we'll come back to that later.
Yeah. Okay. Would it be an idea?
Maybe maybe starting from there, we could maybe turn to the audience now. And you were mentioning Slido, so we now turn to you to find and make your pick in those most important skills for the internal auditors in the future. So you will have a list in front of you. So please select the 3 most important ones for you within this list, and then we'll all react on your selection. So the floor is yours. If the technique is following, so the figures. Okay. There's some things strange here because there were 300%, which was a bit weird. So are the figures now stabilized? No, not yet.
We've got 7.
Yes. Okay. So it's averaging. It's totally strange. Don't be influenced by the results you see on the screen, please. We have 30 answers, 31. Have not seen how many were online, so it's sort of getting stabilized these days. We are fixed on 35. So I guess you all see the results of the poll. So there are 3 outstanding elements. The first one is the critical. It's moving still. The critical thinking and analysis. The second is the analytical thinking and innovation, and the third is resilience, stress tolerance, and flexibility. If I may just rebound before turning to the panelists, I think if they are disappearing from the screen, I will be a bit lost. So if you could put them back, thank you. So the first one, by a close call, is a critical thinking analysis, and I think it goes to the very basic of what an editor job is, whatever the times and circumstances. So I think there is nothing surprising in that, and I think we do need to preserve that basic. So we go down to the roots. The second one is about stress tolerance, resilience, and flexibility. So I think we already touched on that, and say the stress tolerance for me, back to what Roger was saying, is something very important, and there are a lot of levels on that, and it's part of the job. We are exposed, and our auditors are exposed to a lot of pressure from the organization, from the facts, from the regulators, but from all the various stakeholders, and that's for us. Our responsibility as managers is to make sure that they bear that stress and they are able to move in that stress. And the last one is about analytical thinking and innovation, which, if I put aside the first part, which is about also critical thinking, the third one is innovation, in order to be forward-looking and to also be more productive in our own jobs. Innovation is key. We are speaking about digital auditing. We're speaking about the use of data. So it's absolutely crucial for me, at least. So maybe we could turn to you now, Helge.
I mean, it's amazing. I would have actually ranked it in the same way when I looked yesterday at the poll. I mean, critical thinking, we are auditors, right? So critical thinking must be our number one. And then actually second, obviously, resilience, right? Because that is the world around us. If we are not resilient ourselves, as well as having a resilient team, we can't cope actually with the change and the pace of change going on, as I said, even on a daily basis. And obviously, innovation is key as well. But let me put it the other way. I would actually mark all of them, because all of the above, all of the points are actually important to be an auditor as well.
And Annette?
Well, I have a slightly different view, I have to say, looking at it from a board's perspective. For me, the first three, pillars, I understand where everyone's coming from. But for me, I would say leadership is very important, the leadership of auditors and the audit function as such. And then also leverage over the organization and presence in the organization, because the best analysis doesn't help you if you cannot really, work it in the organization, if you don't have the credibility with the board. So I think that skill, in particular for senior auditors, I find very, very important. And I would have given more importance to technical skills. I would like to see an audit function that really properly understands IT, data science, cybersecurity. So I'm also very much looking at the proper technical setup. And thirdly, I think you have to have an open mindset. So an audit function in terms of the skills, it has to be European at least, international at best. If you look where we do our business, I would like to see a lot of international profiles too, and also profiles from or skills that come perhaps from other industry outside of banking, because sometimes we are slow in banking. So to have someone, who worked in fast-moving consumer goods could be a great addition to an audit team, or someone coming from a tech company, since all of the banks move towards technology companies. I'd stop there.
Yeah, if I may add to that, I think also we talked about resilience and about our staff in internal audit. I guess the same is true also for people working in first and second line of defense in the organization. And if you put in that perspective as well, if you have an audit function that is really following the rules, I believe you can audit an organization to death as well. And I guess in that sense, I do agree with Annette saying leadership and social influence is very, very important, because you need to help the organization also to prioritize and to be bold and say, not just saying what goes wrong in the organization, but also what you expect management to do to resolve it and where to focus on. And I think that is a very important skill for auditors as well, next to the technical skills, because and I do agree with you, technology, cyber, I mean, those are key risks that are facing all organizations nowadays. But there are also new topics popping up in terms of data, in terms of HR, in terms of technology, compliance, ESG. I think we also need to be abreast of all of those developments.
Yeah. No, that's why Annette pointed it rightfully, is the fact that most of the answers, we are pointing to all the answers maybe, because what we're looking for as auditors is maybe the sheep with 5 legs, which is exactly someone being able to capture the vast complexity of the world we're in. Yeah. It may seem very very general as a comment, but I think it's essentially where the task and the pressure we put on our auditors to master all this complexity.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe Annette, if I may ask you, in terms of, Roger and Steve also talked about remote working and hybrid way of working. What is your view in terms of the future working environment for internal auditors? Do you see all of us going back to the office, or you think that hybrid working is here to stay for the future?
I think the internal audit function has already found a hybrid model, as everybody else has. However, I have to say I'm a big proponent of also physical presence. And even in my role, you know, it's very important for me to see the offices. Whenever I join a new company, and particularly at banks, I walk, you know, through the trading floors. I want to have a feel, because having been an executive for so long myself, I know exactly what it means if traders sit here or there, you know. I want to see where the transversal functions sit. I don't like the word, for example, support functions, you know, so where the 3 lines of defense sit, how they are organized. I think you have to have a feel for the organization. And then, having worked with regulators, I did not work for regulators. I worked on behalf of regulators, German regulators, in closing a German bank. So, and particularly in big crisis situations, I think it helps extremely to know the person across the table, or not even across the table, at the table, so that you can trust each other. I think trust is still important. You cannot minute everything so that everybody feels comfortable just reading the minutes of meetings. So I think presence and knowing each other remains extremely important. And that also means for internal auditors who will work more hybrid and will do more télétravail, as you say in French, you know, you still have to be on the road too.
Yeah, yeah. And Helga, would you agree with Annette?
Oh, it's for sure. We will go into a hybrid world, and I would like to put it in potentially 2 topics. One is what we talked about today quite a lot, is the team and the teaming and the trust, and to get to know each other. Right, we definitely need to go back, at least partially, to the office to get to know each other. From an auditor standpoint, I'm always with the client, right? I always look through, like Annette said, goes over the floors and just grab the feeling, and, you know, buy coffee or in the lift or whatever. You don't get it virtually, right? That's for sure. But, you know, again, the hybrid world will work, because on the other hand, you have the flexibility when you work remotely, and we will come back to that one as well, right? Combining both, right? We learned through the crisis that you can work remotely, but the combination of both is actually pretty important from a team and social aspect, as well as on get to know, as Annette said, trust. And on the other side, looking through, you know, the last 2.5, even 3 years, Andreas said it at the beginning, we never thought that will happen so long, but we learned actually to do audits. And I mean, I did it, you know, from external audits, as well as you all did it from an internal audit perspective. We learned to audit remotely. And then when it comes to data and cyber, et cetera, it's anyway remotely. But again, you know, especially for critical audits or critical topics, or when potentially some forensic come into play from an audit perspective, it is crucial to be on site to do physical meeting or physical walkthroughs instead of just remote stuff. But again, I guess the combination, and the perfect combination, is key, and we will come back to that one in a second. And it's really depends on the task, on the staff, and potentially individual environment as well. What is the best combination of both worlds?
Yeah. You agree?
I think we all agree on that, because the good news is that we managed to pull through the pandemic crisis because of our ability to work remotely, to be able to master data, for example, everything that we invested in over the years, and just to make sure we are mastering the technique. So that helped us to pull through, that managed us to manage the run. But we all agree that it's not enough, and it's absolutely crucial. And I agree with Helge and Annette that for two reasons. We need to face the auditees, to see how they behave. We need to see how they manage the risk. We need to see how they manage their own teams, how they manage the external world, how they interact with each other. And for that, it's absolutely crucial to be face-to-face with them. And the second dimension, which Helge touched on as well, is the fact that we are essentially teams working together. And a lot of our training to the young auditees, more specifically, is done through constant interaction through the missions, through the assignments. The fact that they move from one audit manager to the other, they discover not only the techniques, but also the ways to interact with the managers. So for those two reasons, which is the interaction with the auditees, and the fact that it's not just about facts, but how they behave in their environment, and the second about the training, I think we definitely need to work in a hybrid mode, and that's what we are trying to do currently, which is to find where that balance is within that hybrid mode. Especially when, as most of us here, we are also covering large geographies, so we need also to make sure that we also connect with our own teams in the other parts of the globe, and we can't do that only from how the head office is. So there again, it's another reason which should push us in the direction of that hybrid working.
Yeah, it's interesting how the COVID situation basically pushed us into this remote way of working, and I remember when we first had to go all home, that we said, would it be a good idea to do audits all remotely? And we said probably not, right? So it was unthought of. But obviously we said audits will be much more inefficient when they be carried out remotely. Now it's almost the opposite. My team members always say to me, I'm more productive when I can work silently from home.
No, but there needs to be a balance, and what we see, and Roger was right to say that we are at the end of the day all human animals, and human animals are animals of interaction, so we need anyway to work together.
But Annette, when you said the office, you also meant hybrid, or do you see people going full-time back to the office in your perspective?
Oh, absolutely. Also going full-time back to the office. Absolutely. Yes.
The good news these days is that the expectations for our staff are so varied that we need to meet all types of expectations. Some hate to work remotely, even 20% of their time. Some want to be in the office full-time. Others have a better balance. So we need to be very flexible. We talked about flexibility. Flexibility needs to be there also in that space.
Also about recruiting of staff. So we see difficulties in different markets, basically, to recruit the right persons for our audit teams, whether it's being on location or whether it's on skill sets. Any tips from your end, Annette? What should audit functions do?
I would like to start here. Sorry, Helge, because it's a topic
I'm all ears.
And Pascal knows that it's a topic that is very dear to my heart. First of all, I don't talk about support functions any longer when I talk about the 3 lines of defense. For me, these are the transversal functions of any company nowadays. And that means you have to provide attractive careers for internal auditors, as you know, as well as for the other 3 lines of defense, but in particular also for internal audit. And that means, and I'll touch now the elephant that is in the room, you have to remunerate internal audit properly. So I've always been a big proponent on any board I was sitting on to benchmark internal audit, even, you know, compared to business executives. Because for me, if I look forward, you know, the 3 lines of defense are really they are enabling sustainable business. So, and particularly if you want to go to the top of a company, you have to have experience in any of the 3 lines of defense. So you have to make it attractive that people move back and forth between businesses and transversal functions. And for that, you have to pay them properly.
Yeah. You would agree, Helga, with that?
Oh, that's for sure, and you know, that's for sure the elephant in the room as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about flexibility and having a purpose, which is pretty important as well. Having a team really working together. You know, the flexibility of different, let's say, cultural backgrounds and diversity, and whatever you wanna mention. Not just, let's say, the cultural background, from the skill setting as well. You know, we had that a bit earlier as well. It's not just the auditor skills. Sometimes it's quite important that you get the non-auditor skills on board as well, to have that diversity and the combination. But for sure, you need to pay them at the right level. Otherwise, they will not come or they will not stay, because the staff market is so attractive these days, right? If at the end of the day you don't pay them at the right level, you know, for sure you will not retain them or maintain them for a long time, and that is what we all need in the teams.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you should move to another dimension. You both have touched on diversity, and I know it's a topic which is speaking to your hearts and minds. So, in terms of diversity of the internal audit department, what is in your view the criteria, and should the criteria be the same for all levels within an audit department? Maybe Annette or Helge, who wants to shoot first?
Oh yeah, I mean, for sure it should be the same at all levels. Why not? Why should we do have any difference between the levels?
Yeah.
That's for sure. But it really depends on, let's say, on the background as well.
Yes.
Right? And diversity is not just gender, it's culture, it's cross-border. Annette touched on that one as well. It's multicultural background, different skills, etc. And therefore that is the backbone of any audit. Because we had that critical thinking in the pulse as well, right? And you can't have just critical thinking when everybody came from, let's say, one university with one skill set background. That's for sure. And in an uncertain world, coming back to uncertain world and resilience today, you can just have a resilient team if you have people from different background and different skills sticking together and helping each other as well.
I have a slightly different view on that, Helga.
That's the reason why we're here.
I think in terms of skills, you can afford to have different skills on different levels. In particular, if I think technical skills, you have a lot of data scientists who would feel very uncomfortable, you know, working with a more strategic mindset, and they are just happy, you know, doing that little model. They don't even need to know whether they are looking at the weather or at a internal model, you know. So leave them there. But so I think you need different skills for different levels. I agree with you that you want to have a diverse skill set, also include other industries. I think the danger is sometimes, particularly in banking, because we think we're so particular, you know, that we are not open enough to include profiles from other industries, which I find extremely beneficial. And then in terms of an international mindset, I do find that also extremely important, because you know, any of the organization that's present in this call, you know, has more business outside of their home country than in their country. And so I think to have that, it's important. And I'm a big proponent of a more European way of doing business and stronger European organizations. And for that, we also have various European profiles.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it's for sure, because Annette just mentioned that one. For me, diversity, it's important for all the levels. But yes, when it comes up to higher levels, let's say the skills, the different skills are needed, right? You need to have the analytical skills, Annette, at least in my point of view, but the leadership skills and your social skills will be more and more important when you go up the level. But still, it needs to be diversity. Was my statement, saying it shouldn't be unique once. You still need to have diversity, but potentially with different skill set. That's absolutely right.
Yeah. Shall we see what
the complexity for us as audit managers being, we are faced with the day-to-day life of a parent, which is to manage the generation gap and the generation technical gap as well. So the more you move, it's more the softer skills that takes place in order to manage that diversity and that technical challenge that we are all facing.
Yeah. Fair enough. Should we see whether there's any questions from the audience?
Yes. Maybe we should turn to you. Yeah.
So there's a first question. Do you think it is possible to build a full virtual team in the future? So with no presence at all. I know some audit functions are indeed doing it. So irrespective of the location, you can hire specialists no matter where they are based. Is that something that you'd see happening in the future? Or would that be a sustainable model for an internal audit function, Annette?
I've just been thinking about that. Full virtual teams, there are perhaps pockets of expertise or areas where you could do it. In general, I'm hesitant to answer yes to this question. What I'd like to add is that in terms of virtual working, I am also a very big proponent that you can do virtual work, from countries outside of the one perhaps you're living in or your bank is in. I think, we are in Europe and we should be able to at least work transversal across Europe. That would be my answer to the first question.
Okay. And Helga, would you think it's possible to have a fully virtual audit department?
I mean, we made it happen the last 3 years, and therefore we can't say no to that question. Yeah. We had full virtual teams, and it worked. But as it worked from an audit perspective, but as we all know, you had to sit together from time to time. Especially when it comes to uncertainty, innovation, etc. But it's the question, because the four are in brackets. If the workforce of the future, you will have more virtual teams, and especially when it comes to data and technology guys, they potentially prefer to work fully virtual, and that could work. But coming together from time to time, I would still go for having a part-time coming back to the office, but still have the virtual team, with us as well.
Yeah. So when you talk about scarcity in resources and filling all the vacancies that we've got, Pascal.
Yeah. Yes, because I think there is one phenomenon we're all facing these days is the high level of turnover, especially when it comes to young auditees. So I think the main challenge we are all facing here in the room and also online is the fact that recruiting and retaining our auditors is more and more difficult every day. Yeah. And I guess it will be more and more difficult in the future as well, considering the pressure. So I would definitely like to get Annette's and Helga's tips as to how we should, as heads of internal audit departments, manage that challenge. So what would be a recommendation in terms of attracting the right talents to our jobs?
I think we have already mentioned quite a few pieces. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing in favor of, an internal audit function that has to be 5 days in the office. Not at all. No. So virtual, yes, and it has to work virtually from Lithuania to Portugal. Yes. They are a big proponent of that. And to have much more internal auditors that are sitting not only in the country, perhaps where your organization is domiciled. I'm very open to that. Yeah. But I do believe that you have to get together from some time. You have to see the locations where you operate. from my experience, and I'm even sitting on a SaaS tech board that is not listed, even in that environment, people meet each other.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Elge, on your side?
Yeah, and as well, really to retain the team you have, and is actually building a purpose, which Stephen and Roger talked about, and I clearly, you just mentioned that, nearly now 3 years ago I took over a new job at EY, and that was actually so pretty important, because 2 months after that I took over the new team. Actually, we went into full virtual team and into the COVID crisis. But even though it was so important to build a purpose for the team, including social aspects, and you needed to come back. And I was really happy in the first summer after the first COVID winter to have the team back, right? And to really build that purpose together. And then you can leverage that in a virtual world, right? And clearly, to attract talents, because normally, we hired here in Frankfurt, and I'm working close to Frankfurt for Germany for banks, and we hired in Munich for insurance companies, right? And now you have a wider possibility to attract people, saying, yes, you need to be in Frankfurt, let's say, for the banks, or in Munich for insurance companies here in Germany. But it doesn't matter actually where you live and where you want to live. A lot of my people actually now in the crisis move back to their home countries. Yeah. Which works pretty well as well. So, and therefore attracting people, I guess this remote working and the flexible working style is pretty important for all of us.
Yeah.
Can I take 2 new questions that were asked by the audience?
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to talk about assessing the effectiveness of an internal audit function. Yeah. In a way, I could say, that's very easy because we are regulated. So if, internal audit allows me that all the stuff you have to go give back to the Federal Reserve, the DFS, the ECB, the APCR, the BaFin. If that goes very smoothly, and everything's accepted without, them returning it to us, that would be definitely, a very nice signal of an effective internal audit function. But I would also add on a more, general level, the function has to be very forward-looking and act more as a consulting arm in the future, because we are chasing too much the ambulance, and I think we all have to try hard to move our organizations to be more forward-looking. I know it's hard, particularly on the data side, where all of us are chasing the ambulance, and we will chasing the ambulance for years to come, probably. But we have to try to stop that and be more forward-looking. And that is also a bit my answer to the other questions, how audit functions can best compete in today's world for the best talent in the job market. We have to reposition internal audit. For me, it's really a transversal function as is finance, and it has to be as attractive as other transversal function. It's no longer a support function. It's basically really the skeleton, the basis to enable sustainable and profitable business. And for that, I think you also have to help internal auditors to move into attractive positions once they are done, in a way, with their rotation in internal audit, even if it's a long rotation. But we have to send signals to the overall, to our organization that is an important job in our company.
I fully agree with you, Annette, and I think we shouldn't be shy in advertising what is maybe too obvious for us, which is the fact that we as auditors or inspectors are just providing our young staff with the keys to have a very transversal view, to look forward on the key risks that are appearing. And your German CEO just quoted the Nick, he quoted the top 3 HR, IT risk, ESG risk. So we are equipping our measures with the capacity to master that and to look ahead. So let's take that. Let's state as well that we are enabling our auditors to interact with top managers, to confront their views, to acquire a level of responsibility at a relatively young age in the organization that is giving them the keys to progress in the organization, as you rightly said, Annette. And then on top of that, which has been always the case, but now we need to promote that maybe more, the thing that we need maybe for the younger generation to give them a higher sense of purpose. And that higher sense of purpose can come from what we can help them do on the ESG front. We are doing that through our audits, where they are exposed to new topics in that dimension. How do we flag an ambition? How do we market the ambition? How do we chase, for example, greenwashing or something like that, which are generally new topics where they get in the front line. And the second one is also get a sense of purpose in those topics for them. Just an example that we try to do in our, we are allowing our auditors to spend up to 60 man days per year assisting charities or ESG startups and companies, and they are just helping them out. So it's that additional sense of purpose that we can give them, maybe.
Yeah. Would you agree, Helga, with the purpose for internal audit functions, that is very important also to attract and retain talents in the audit functions?
Oh, yeah, that's for sure. And I would add to, because I don't need to re-say it, what the both are just said, it's the tone from the top as well.
Yeah.
Yes,
The
sure.
recognition of the importance of, and for me, it's external audit function as well as internal audit function. It's not the third line. It's not where you potentially park people. Actually, that's so important for the full organization, for the function, as well as for the social staff. That means for my purpose, it's the tone from the top. Clearly state that, an internal auditor is a career path outside or inside internal audit, which is pretty important. And we need to have, let's say, role models where, potentially at board level, more come out of the internal audit functions, or do secondments. I know there's a line of defense concept behind it, and as an external auditor, I'm quite shy to say that, but it's pretty important that you see, before you actually step into a board or level below the board, that you see all dimensions, and definitely internal audit is part of that one. And what I always say to my young people, within the audit, you see everything, from throughout the bank, from the first line, second line, you see the processes, you see technology, you see a lot of, different people, different topics you would never ever see if you start in one function within the bank. You really dig through the bank and have a better understanding than potentially after 2-3 years than if you start in a function. And that is actually so high of value as well.
Yeah. That brings me basically to another topic, Helga. So the collaboration of internal audit with the rest of the organization, so being first, second line, is then extremely important, right? So not just to be positioned as an independent third line of defense role, but actually to be in the middle of the organization to work effectively with first, second line. And I think that's really important as well.
No, it's a true partnership, and I think that we all experienced during the crisis as well. The pandemic is that the organization turned to us as well, just to help us steer the crisis together.
Yeah. Looking at the time, I think we still have time for one other question. I'm not sure if there's still something from the audience.
I think we have this.
Yeah, the impact of sustainability on recruitments. Maybe that brings back the question about where do you base your staff for internal audits? So if they have to travel the whole world to do their audits on site in various locations, or do you hire them in the locations where a bank operates? Yeah. So how do you go about that?
It's a mix. For us, it's a mix because we are managing that through a series of, 10, 12 hubs across the globe, because we need that local presence and interaction. Yeah. And at the same time, we've got a part of half of the organization, which is based centrally and just rotating and moving from one place to the other. So I think it's the mix, which is good.
Yeah. We have the same actually with ING. So any tips from you, Annette, on sustainability and maybe our strategy, where to base our staff?
I think we all work more virtually in general. I personally, I do very few one-day trips any longer. Usually I try to do longer trips. So that's definitely also something to consider. Yep. I wouldn't go for purely local staff, because I think sometimes you really have to rotate internal audit. So I'd rather have send people for longer periods of time to certain places, which can also be very attractive for young people who still want to go out and venture the world. Those people still exist, I believe.
Yeah, they do.
And to learn, to get other ideas, and it helps in your career. I mentioned earlier we have to have more European and international profiles, and for that, internal audit is actually fantastic.
Yeah.
That's true.
Very good. I think we come to
Yes,
the end
yeah.
of this session. I would like to thank Pascal, you,
Thank you, Willem. Yeah.
Annette.
Thank you, Annette. Thank
and,
you,
and
Helga.
Helga for the time spent with us. Much appreciated, and to share your insights and your views. Even if they're not always aligned, it's good to get to your own perspective.
It's good.
Yeah, it's good.
it's
It's
good.
good. It's diversity as well.
It's diversity, yeah. So we talked about the skill sets of auditors in this challenging environment nowadays. It's not just the content that is also important; it's also the social elements which are really important. We talked about building teams either virtually or more in a hybrid way, or going back totally to the office. I think the consensus here is that hybrid would be good. Totally virtual would be a bit of a challenge to get connect.
And we lose value.
And we lose value. Yes. So with that, I would like to wrap up. For people in the audience, we're going to have a short break, and I would like to ask you to reconnect at 2 p.m. Central European Time, and then we start with the next session with the ECB. Thank you very much for attending. Cheers.
So welcome back everybody to the afternoon session of this year's Banking Forum. This morning we looked at resilience from different angles, through the eyes of a philosopher, through the eyes of very experienced internal auditors, through the eyes of the audit committee, and through the eyes of external auditors. But banks are operating in a very regulated environment. So this afternoon, we will learn how our colleagues from the European Central Bank look at resilience. We are very honored that Ramon Quintana and Maria Julve accepted our invitation. And my colleagues Paco Martinez, Chief Audit Executive at Bank Inter in Spain, and Claudio Testa, Chief Audit Executive at Intesa San Paolo, will interview our ECB guests. This morning, Roger, he stressed the importance of diversity in terms of skills and in terms of different functions. And also, Annette mentioned this in the morning. Since different people have different views and different ideas. So we are looking forward to learn how Thomas Berger, the Chief Audit Executive from TUI in the tourism industry, and Igor Bodebrat, Chief Information Security Officer working in the office at the CISO at Google, how they have experienced recent crisis situations and which paths they have chosen. My colleagues Maria Rontongiani, Chief Audit Executive at Alpha Bank, and Virpi Vuovinen, Chief Audit Executive of Nordea, they will have an interview with the two. So let's start right away into our afternoon program.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. It's a very big pleasure for us to introduce our speakers from ECB. In this case, I would say that ECB, more than our regulator, is our supervisor. So thank you to Mr. Ramon Quintana and Ms. Maria Julve for your participation. I introduce Mr. Ramon Quintana. He has a degree in economics and business studies. He was the former Director General of Banking Supervision of the Banco de España, and since 2014 he was appointed to head one of the Directorate General of SSM. Now, Mr. Quintana is Director General of the Systemic and International Banks. Good afternoon, Mr. Quintana. And let me introduce also Maria Julve. I hope that the pronunciation is correct. I am Italian, and I don't know if I am using the correct pronunciation. Mrs. Julve holds a master's degree in business administration. She has developed all her career in the field of banking supervision and regulation, and she joined the ECB from its inception in 2014 as well. She is the head of division of non-financial risks at the SSM within the Directorate General Horizontal Line Supervision. Very interesting for us, Maria, within non-financial risks, covers a broad range of topics from governance and risk management, including anti-money laundering coordination unit, to operational risks, information and communication technology, and operational resilience.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Good afternoon. So it is very important for us, very interesting. The attendees are head of internal audit in the banking system, or senior manager within other department, and it is very interesting for us to hear directly from you your view, your suggestions, or your recommendation, your expectations. And it is very interesting to have your view both for the systemic and the international banks, but also from the horizontal perspective. This morning during our forum, we had a board member that suggested us to have a two-way relationship with you, with the supervisors. So a constant relationship with you. This probably is something very inspiring, very useful. And so I leave the floor to Paco for the first question.
Okay. Hello, Maria and Ramon. But first, to ask you the first question, I would like to encourage all the audience to use Slido, to send us the questions that they could have, because I think it's a privilege to have today these two brilliant speakers from the ECB. So we have the opportunity to ask them whatever you consider. And Ramon, I would like just to make the first questions related to the main new risk that we have to face from the internal audit function. You know that we have living more difficulties in the world due to the geopolitical and macroeconomic crisis, and it implies more variety of risk for the banking system. So from your point of view, what are the risks that the internal audit functions must be more focused on that moment and in the near future?
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that you can hear me well, right?
Yes, perfectly.
And thank you for inviting me again, and good afternoon. If I'm not wrong, I was with you 2 years ago, so it's a real pleasure. And as I really believe that we are supervisors, so enhancing the control functions, and in this case, the third line of defense, is really relevant for supervisors. In some way, we have the same goal coming with sustainable institutions. That's why it's a pleasure to be with you. Well, it's very much about following and managing risks. These are very interesting times, to say the least. Perhaps I will start by saying that we all faced COVID where we are now, no? Setting the scene. So we all went through COVID-19, where the economy of the world, due to the pandemic, stopped, meaning in the end a very deep decrease, although it was a V decrease, stopping the economies and so on, with all the potential threats that could entail for the financial system. And we all saw, and we have to acknowledge, and we have to welcome a very strong coordinated support by national and European authorities and government that helped to ease the crisis. So getting close to the end of 2021, so last year, we could say that the financial system was, after this shock, in quite good shape. I like numbers, so the CET1, the capital position, on average was, of the significant institutions, 15%, so an ample room to MDA and to absorb P2G. In terms of liquidity, due to among other reasons, the monetary policy, ample liquidity, LCR at around 165%, NSFR at around 130%. In terms of asset quality, the same could be said. So NPL have been going down consistently, and the banks were making effort to detach NPLs to the extent that by year end it was at 2.1%, the NPL ratio. And the return on equity, not the best part of the European financial system, we all know, but had increased after the dip in 2020 to 6.7%, and is continue increasing this year. Not ideal, but improving and better than pre-pandemic. And then we had the outbreak of the war, to some extent unexpectedly, we all know, around mid-February 2022, and things changed completely. So both the economic and the macro trends, some issues that were there had been exacerbated, high inflation, for example, and some imbalances and some vulnerable sectors being hit as such, and energy prices, and so on, with the corresponding impact. Of course, and sorry, I forgot to mention the monetary policy changing the approach, and also that having certainly implications. I'm pleased to say that when we come, I hope that's also your case in internal audit, when we came to our priorities and we try to set them in a 3-year horizon, they remain pretty adequate, although with some refocusing due to the war. The first thing that I would like to highlight is, of course, credit risk. Credit risk was essential every time that GDP falls down strongly, and there are tensions in the economy. Credit risk is at the top of our concerns, is the main risk that banks are facing, so remains as a key area of focus. Probably rebalancing some aspects. I would highlight the relevancy of credit risk controls. You know that we made a big effort with the TSCO letter and all the horizontal work to try to understand how the banks were looking at forbearance, unlikeness to pay recognition, migration to stage 2 and stage 3, early warning systems, and so on. So that still plays an important role. And you know that we came with follow-up letters to each of the institutions. So all the work around enhancing the credit risk controls is still very valid. Of course, the crisis has brought some vulnerabilities to credit risk. I would highlight perhaps credit counterparty risk and the non-bank financial institutions risk, energy suppliers, commodity traders, and all the sectors that are intensive in energy and that can suffer from the lack of energy supply and the rise in prices. I would also, regarding credit risk, highlight, you know, that this is something that the ECB has been putting a lot of emphasis over time, leverage lending. We've seen some developments. We've seen a halt in the business every time that there are tensions in the market. Leverage finance business suffers. We've seen American banks and some European banks recognizing at fair value some losses due to the Hung deals. So it's a point of attention also. I mentioned credit risk, but certainly the monetary policy is changing the approach. So everything around sound funding structures is going to become even more crucial than over the last 2 years, where there was ample liquidity. We all know that TLTROs are maturing and concentrating its maturity in June 2023. We are going to see a rise in interest and potentially the reduction of the liquidity available. So achieving sound funding structures is something that will be very important to follow. We all know that an increase in interest rates can benefit banks, depending on how they are positioned, but in general for commercial banking and retail banking is a good piece of news. But we have to follow how these interest rates are going to unfold, whether this increase is going to be bumpy or more sustainable over time. So following the short-term implications might also be important. And of course, when we talk about the profitability, and I mentioned that unfortunately it's not one of the strengths of the European banks, and that has implications also in the low price to book value. In terms of sustainability, is very much about ensuring a sound digitalization going forward and transition to a decarbonized society. So those areas are very important also, forward-looking. And every time that there is a crisis, we know that from the risk perspective is important to come with the right capabilities. So you know that the long-lasting issues around risk data aggregation and reporting remain very valid, and banks have to make an additional effort in this situation to beef up their capabilities. And of course, in a difficult geopolitical environment, cybersecurity capabilities, cybersecurity threats are essential. Every time that we talk to each of you, and certainly after the outbreak of the war, it's at the heart of your concerns and of your of the work undergone. And so far, I think that we can all be very happy that we haven't seen really big incidents, despite the fact that we are seeing in H1 2022 certainly an increase in the attacks, although so far well handled. And you mentioned operational resilience is in the headlines of this gathering, and how banks manage outsourcing is key and essential to ensure that even in this geopolitical environment, this outsourcing works, and all the main risks associated to any kind of concentrations are already properly dealt with. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ramon, for your answer. Maria, would you like to add something to what Ramon has said, especially on outsourcing or cybersecurity risk?
I think on operational resilience, I will touch base a bit later, but I think it's clear that some years ago or decades ago, we were just thinking about financial resilience, and clearly operational resilience is, if not more, but at least as equal as important for banks and for the financial stability. Now, what I would like is to call out one thing, is that it's just to use this opportunity and this fora and all of you here in front of me, that sometimes we tend to think about new or emerging risk, and I think we should not forget those risks that have been there since many years, I would say, and still not sorted out, of course, with difference across institutions. And I think you mentioned that I'm the head of division of non-financial risk, but I think it's fair to say also that one of the SSM priorities that we have for 2022-2024 relates to governance. And I think organizations cannot work if the people, I think we talk about processes, and here on processes we will talk about operational resilience, but if the people, and the people said from the management body to the whole organization, the culture, and we still see that there are some weaknesses that are to be addressed, and in terms of collective stability, of challenging capacity of the board, I think Ramon mentioned risk data aggregation as part of it, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to call some of these structural weaknesses where I think internal audit can play a big role here.
Okay. Thank you, Maria. Claudio?
Well, the next question is for Ramon. Banks continually face a variety of challenges: the digital revolution, climate change, the geopolitical uncertainty, as you have already mentioned. Well, how do you assess the resilience of the European banking system in general? And then we want to know if there are new regulations planned or expected to ensure more resilience in the Eurozone.
No, thank you. From time to time, we conduct market intelligence meetings and interactions, and we are pleased to hear from many participants, and this was the last one just before the outbreak of the war, of the good financial condition of the European system in terms of resilience. No, so I mentioned capital at 15%. I remember that when we started the SSM back in 2014, it was at 11, the CT1, so a big improvement, and well distributed in terms of number of institutions. So not many have a difficult situation in terms of capital. I mentioned also the quality of assets. Let's take the NPL ratio. So I mentioned that it's currently even below, according on average to latest numbers, below 2%. And we all know that in 2014, we all talked about the 1 trillion of NPLs and around 8% of NPL ratio on average, acknowledging that the NPL topic was more acute in 6 jurisdictions, not disseminated across the Eurozone. So a big improvement, and I like to think that it's a combination of the pressure put into the topic by supervisors and also all the good work done by institutions. Liquidity, and was also mentioned, so ample liquidity enhanced by and fostered by the monetary policy. Also good. And then the profitability issue that remains part of the weakness of the financial system, although we saw improvements in terms of cost to income actions taken, although the latest average that we see in terms of return on equity is 7.5 in Q2, which we all know is lower than the cost of capital. That's why we see a low price to book value. But in general, the situation is good as a starting point, and as I was mentioning, information related to the end of the year 2021, or even more updated in half 1 2022. This means that going through COVID times in 2020 and 2021. In terms of the adaptation to digitalization, to climate that you were mentioned, we have conducted different initiatives to raise awareness. I would highlight the stress testing on climate, and also the thematic review. Yes, we all know that there's still room for improvements. This is a long marathon, 2030, 2050. And banks have different, initiatives, but in general, we would say that there is naturally room for improvement, so it's something to be followed and to be enhanced. The digitalization efforts are clear for all banks, following different structures, but that's working, let's say, reasonably well, although we would highlight that one of the weaknesses of the European financial system is the IT. We still see end-of-life technologies and frameworks for critical functions that has to be improved. But I really believe that it's not so much about new regulation, and we know there are some developments that naturally have to happen in Europe. I will say certainly the implementation of Basel III. We know that there is DORA initiatives that might come up. It's very much more about, and certainly related to climate, in particular transition risk, but it's very much about targeting and addressing the risks in terms of supervisory focus, or if it's about an institution, the efforts of the second and the third line of defense. No, so being focused. That's why setting the right priorities, adapting to the risks that are changing in this difficult environment are are essential. I would highlight in terms of regulatory initiatives regarding climate, the recent document of the Basel Committee, the Principles for the Effective Management and Supervision of Climate-Related Financial Risks. Also, the EBA published binding standards on Pillar 3, and also mentioned DORA. In terms of the implementation of Basel III, not surprisingly, you know that the ECB is very much enhancing a sound implementation and a quick implementation, closer as possible to the Basel framework, and so being effective in that transition. And finally, I would perhaps also mention the effort that we are doing in Europe in terms of all the programs to repair models. I will mention the EBA initiative, but also all the initiatives that have been undertaken by the ECB since, I would say, 2015, 2016, all the TRIM initiatives and or the EMIs that are taking place to ensure that the models are deployed in a strong way. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's move on to the strategic evolution of the internal audit role. I would like to ask to Maria, more variety of risk implies a more flexibility expected by the internal audit function. What are your suggestions in this regard? How and where do you consider that the role of the internal audit should evolve? And finally, which could be the right balance between assurance and advisory applied by an effective internal audit function?
Thank you very much, Paco. So first of all, let me highlight what we would in general expect, let's say, from internal audit. No, so we would, as independent third line of defense, we would like to ensure the clarity of the roles and responsibilities at all levels, no, from the board to senior management to all the staff. We would like to understand and to ensure that the three line of defense model is effective with independent and strong control functions, focus on the efficiency of the internal control framework, and ensure that audit recommendations are followed up. No, and I think this could be right no matter the risk that the internal audit and the organization is facing. No, and let's say the cornerstones of the role of the internal audit function is there. We also understand that the internal audit needs to adapt to the changing environment. No, and we have seen that. Couple of examples very recently, no, the COVID and the war. So, for example, on the planning processes, so although we require or we expect that internal audit function need to have a stable audit planning process, you might need to adapt during the year, no, coming from external events, as again, as I mentioned, the pandemic or the war. And without flexibility, you would not be able to do that. And flexibility was shown during the pandemic, no, where the whole audit plan was changed as a result of this. Adapting to new risk, you mentioned it before. And of course, it is clear that internal audit functions need to cover the risk that the banks are facing now. No, so moving from, let's say, the traditional operational and financial risk that Ramon mentioned before to climate-related and environmental risk, the whole ESG scope, the stress testing that was mentioned before, IT, cyber, where governance system, processes of ICT, vendors, not just outsourcing in general, but third-party providers. No, all of this, and security risk, which was mentioned before also, are expected to be audited on a periodic basis. Some other activities where we would expect internal audit to play a role on new financial technologies if they are, if the bank start engaging with them. No, crypto asset activities, for example, being one of them, or cloud, for example. So banks should ensure, and internal audit should ensure that the internal governance, the arrangement, and the processes and the mechanisms are effective. But also the internal audit should leverage on new technologies. And here, I guess that you will all know much more than me on the tools and the automatization that you can rely on to be much more efficient in your work and to be able to be a bit more risk-based and be more effective and efficient. And I think one of the points that Ramon mentioned before is on the strategic transformation of the banks. It's clear that in the current environment, banks are undergoing a clear strategic transformation, and internal audit should accompany the banks in this. If I go to your specific question between the assurance and the advisory role, I think this is probably not an easy one to raise to me, but I will try to do my best to answer. So it is clear that internal audit, at least in my view, can play a role in advising some of the strategic projects. No, and it's clear that this, in my view, would have a lot to do with the role, the presence, and the status that internal audit would have within the organization. If nobody asks internal audit, it's because or things are not going well, or internal audit does not have the proper status. So we would also welcome this, let's say, advisory role of internal audit. But this advisory role, I think, need to come with some caveats and with some conditions. And the third line of defense, I think the key principle of them is that it should be independent. No? And I think this advisory role should not jeopardize this independency that is critical. No? And I think the EBA guidelines on governance and the Basel principles on the supervising the internal audit functions are very clear about this, and on the charter, and what should be the terms and conditions in which internal audit can advise the banks on things, and also acknowledging the role that internal audit has to play on this. No? And here, let me call out, I think is the principle 2 on the Basel core principles that say that internal audit should not be involved in designing, selecting, implementing specific internal control measures. However, it should not prevent senior management from requesting info from internal audit. No? And I think clearly you have an important role, and you have a transversal knowledge of the organization and a lot of value added out of this. So again, I think my answer would be that internal audit function would have a role to play on advice, but with caveat. And I think, let's say, in our view, the main role of internal audit would be on assurance, on evolving risk and evolving organization. No? And of course, on this, the internal audit functions need to be flexible, need to adapt to the new emerging risks that are coming along with the organization, something that has proven that you have been doing that for quite some time.
Okay, Maria, thank you very much for your clear answer. And I would like to ask to Ramon if would you like to add something or to share with us your points of this topic?
I think that Maria was very balanced, no? When particularly in a crisis situation, all the efforts to ensure that an institution is addressing properly all the challenges associated to such crisis are very valid. No? So for me, this means that all expertise in the organization is needed. Each of the different elements, I'm talking now about controls, all the 3 lines of defense have to be proactive, including internal audit and whether we call it the role of advice or a more proactive approach to ensure that the institution is taking the right decisions are very much welcome, of course, not undermining your independence, that is essential, but the same could be applied many times when we discuss the supervisory function and the management function of the management body. If they are too departed from each other and the supervisory function comes too late, then they will not be doing the work. No, and those, of course, it's in a similar way, ensuring their independence for the management function, but being close to what really matters and allowing the institution in the end to take the right actions in due course, not too late. No, so finding such a right balance is essential, and acknowledging all and benefiting from all the expertise, including the one in internal audit, is also key in this regard.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ramon. At the beginning of your speech, you mentioned all the crises that we are facing. One specific question: what kind of role would the internal audit have, in your opinion, during a crisis?
Well, firstly, I think that it's important to have the right basics, and that are put more into question in a crisis situation, not only related to the third line of defense, but in general. So I'm talking about having a board, an honorary committee that is effective, an institution and the board that ensures, in this case, the right stature of internal audit, the right organizational setting, the right resources from the human perspective, so skills, staff, all that is essential to ensure that internal controls, where internal audit plays an important role also, are effective. And of course, ensuring the right independence of the internal audit. So all these elements are essential over time and every time. But in a crisis situation, become even more important. Then, moving to the crisis situation, I would highlight, and I mentioned it before, everyone should be proactive, and understanding the nature of the crisis, which are the emerging risks, which are the most important impacted parts of the organization, and then be ready to refocus your work to not to come into what really matters and the main risks too late. That would be my general recommendation, and at all levels. So at the level of the function, internal audit function, and also at the level of the audit committee, ensuring that all these overarching elements that the audit function have to fulfill to ensure its strength are there, and that because they are even more important in a crisis situation. So back to the principles and being really proactive, in terms of dealing with the crisis. So those would be the two main recommendations from my side. I don't know if Maria wants to add anything.
No, Ramon, I think you covered. I think it's somehow included in what you mentioned, the forward-looking dimension, that you need to have as much as possible in these fast-moving scenarios, really.
Okay, then we have been talking about the resilience. Let's move to the operative resilience and the role of internal audit. I have a question to Maria related with the new regulation, with the famous DORA. DORA affects technological, operational, and outsourcing risk. But do you consider there are other risks or other critical aspects that the auditor should take into account to assess the resilience capacity of a financial institution? Maria?
Yeah, I would say so. No, I think indeed you mentioned DORA before, and well, first of all, it's clear, as I mentioned before, that operational resilience is now as important as financial resilience. No, and DORA, which will be implemented in the near future. No, I think finally the text is almost finalized. Covers a partial aspect of operational resilience, not all. No, so DORA really covers the ICT operational risk dimension of operational resilience related to digitalization. No, and of course, it will enhance the framework and the operational resilience, not just of banks, because DORA is not only addressed to credit institutions, but to a large number of financial institutions that maybe before didn't have such a framework that some of the credit institutions have. But DORA will enhance the requirements for detection, management, and notification of ICT-related incidents. It will start an oversight framework of ICT third-party providers. Okay, it will establish some requirements in relation to contractual arrangements for those ICT, and it will establish a test thread to deal with this digital operational resilience. However, I think you rightly pointed out that the financial institutions might face operational disruptions beyond ICT or ICT outsourcing risk, no? And we are seeing this, and clear examples has been in relation to the climate change, all the floods that we saw in the previous summer, or the fires that we have seen this summer, no? Or other geopolitical events, for example, the war is a clear example of this that can create operational disruption beyond IT, no? So although not undermining the importance of DORA, which is critical and will be very beneficial for us, I would like to take the opportunity also to highlight a bit more the Basel core principles on operational resilience, no? And the role that internal audit should play on this, and the fact that banks and organizations need really to embark in a journey to ensure that they are operational resilient. Now, it's clear that disruption will happen, and this will not be, it's impossible to avoid this, but what we need to do is to minimize the impact of disruption for the institutions, for the customers, and for the society, no? So I think, of course, the Basel Core principles cover many things, and it's not starting from scratch. We already have an operational risk management framework that sets the scenes of all of this. But I think there are two areas where probably might be a bit new or a bit enhanced as part of this, which is let's say, the business continuity and the incident response. And I think on this, probably the whole organization and internal audit can play a role to ensure the upskilling of these things, no? And for example, in relation to business continuity plans, I mean, the banks need to establish plausible but severe scenarios, no? So I think internal audit, you can help on this. You can help on the exercise, no? And assess and assure the business continuity exercise that has been done on the identification on the critical operations and on all the interconnections and interdependencies on this, no? And on the business impact analysis. So I think this is something that goes a bit beyond DORA. And then, of course, on incident response also, I think this goes beyond DORA, and I think it would be good to focus a bit on these Basel Core principles we were published in 2021. And then I think one point that I think is important, and Ramon mentioned a bit before, is on some of the things that we are seeing that might not be so fashion because they are not new, but these end-of-life systems, the legacy IT systems, for example, no? So we tend to think about digitalizations, or sometimes I know that we all have this in mind, but we forget some of the things. And if I think about operational resilience, one of the things that we are seeing is that a number of disruptions and a number of failures of IT systems come not for cyber incidents, but for improper change management. And I think nobody can today not say that change is not good. And with all the digital transformation projects, there are a number of projects within the organizations, but it's just a bit, just for your information, that we are seeing on change management. So I think, again, the back to basics, and that the bones need to be well in place before we start building on top of it, no? So I think those would be a couple of ideas to bring to the table today.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I would go to a last question, very, very important for us. Maria mentioned some weaknesses in the governance of the banking system. This morning we listened from the board members about how to assess the effectiveness of the internal audit function. And one of the board members answered, okay, no findings from the authorities is the good way to confirm that the internal audit is effective, okay? But she asked us to have a strong support in forward-looking view in order to support the board members. So the question to both of you is for us very important. How should the board of directors assess the internal audit effectiveness?
Okay, I can start. Well, it's very much connected, and now we are in a crisis environment, so setting the right priorities. From our perspective, I was mentioning that we come with multi-year plans that we adapt every year, trying to target the main risks of a structural nature and the emerging ones. So I suppose internal audit, when proposing the audit work plan, should do the same. And then, of course, this should be assessed by the audit committee. That I recommend them to be intrusive and challenging this work plan. When coming with a work plan, of course, it's very much about, again, the back to basics. No, is internal audit properly skilled, staffed to address the challenges? Does it have the right stature? So these are prerequisites to ensure a good internal audit function, a third line of defense. I like to think that if that is the case, the internal audit would come with an adequate program to face the main risks of the institution, and then should be properly followed by the audit board. Then it's about executing properly the plans and informing properly the different elements of the institution, coming with clear outcomes and follow-up actions, and with a strong process and framework to ensure that these follow-up actions are risk-based and are scored in terms of the relevancy, as we try to do also from our reviews, and that they are properly followed and informed, and that the audit function is enhanced within the organization, meaning that the follow-up matters, and if a business area or even some important center business lines are not following such instructions, that should have implications in terms of appraisal and bonuses even, and in the end, in terms of how these business areas and managers are assessed. So I will stop here. Perhaps I would mention that in our SREP approach, we also, the JSTs have to assess the control function, and when we compare to the second line of defense, you score slightly better, I would say. Just to let you know. So I will stop here, and perhaps Maria want to complement.
Thank you, Ramon. I think you really covered the main topics for assessing the effectiveness of internal audit. I think one thing that is important for us as supervisor, but probably this is not only for internal audits, but for the whole organization, is that we are on the same page. And we will discuss, of course, with the institution, with internal audit, with risk function, with the first line of defense, but we need to ensure that we are on the same page. If we are on the same page and it's just a question of timing of the things on many topics or whatever, I think we can have a conversation, no? If we are talking about two different banks, then I think we have more work to do, both the supervisor and probably the internal audit and the organization. But I think this is, yeah, that's it really.
Yeah. And I would say, sorry to complement further, that you were mentioning that a board member told you this morning that the more the supervisor is satisfied, the better for internal audit and the control functions in general. I couldn't agree more. And I was mentioning our priorities in terms of this crisis. So the more, being more concrete, no, the more you look into how the bank is dealing with vulnerable sectors, the sectors intense in energy, how the bank is recognizing unlikeness to pay migration to stage 2 under IFRS 9, how the bank is adapting its funding structures, how the bank is dealing with pockets of credit risk that might be relevant and leverage lending, and how the bank or the institution marks to market, and how it deals with the hung deals, how you in the end assess the provisioning individual and collectively under IFRS 9. That will ease our work and will pay off. And I would recommend you to be bold. I know that some of these issues, like the adequate provisioning and recognition of impaired or an early warning loans is a delicate topic, and even more if we are talking about big tickets, but I would recommend you to be bold in your work.
Okay, Ramon and Maria, thank you very much. Let's move on to the questions for the audience. We should see them in the screen. Well, the first one is, what do we have to change in our methodology to meet your expectations of flexibility and adaptability to risk in order to not be challenged audit coverage? It's a tricky question. Maria or Ramon, or whoever you want.
Do you want to start, Maria? I can take it.
No, don't worry. I don't think there is a requirement, let's say, or a need to change the methodology. No, I think the supervisors go where the risks are. The organization or the second and the third line of defense should also go where the risks go, and should be risk-based and should focus or where they are. No, and of course. Both the second line has a different role than the third line, which is again is providing assurance. It's not defining the risk framework of the bank, but providing assurance, forward-looking assurance. I could say it's not just. And for me, this is, I think, an important point of internal audit, when you can provide value added to the organization. It's not just to test a transaction and say, "Hi guys, this was wrong," and this not, but really to provide forward-looking to ensure that the risk coverage in the future is good. Whether you will be challenging your audit coverage, I don't know if this is a question for the supervisor, because the JST is saying the internal audit should have covered this. Or, of course, we will always say that, but also you need to understand that this is a role to do that. And I think for me, the point we go back to basics, no? And I think the point that I mentioned before, and that I guess in your role as internal audit of the banks, you have had several discussions with the supervisors, and you know where you are in the same page, and you know where there are fundamental disagreements or fundamental areas or fundamental subsidiaries that have not been looked at. No, and I think this is the clear point. The internal audit should be risk-based. Scope cannot be 100%, otherwise it would not be a scope. Okay, so we will not be talking about the scope and about sampling. And I think for me it's risk-based and common sense, I would say. Yeah. Ramon, I don't know if you want to.
No, certainly. And in a crisis situation, it's a little bit what we just mentioned, not just being refocusing is something that up to some extent we could even expect. No, and I like to think that nobody from the supervisor perspective should blame you from rethinking your focus and adapting to the risk situation and being more risk focused. No, I like to think that we will never blame you for that. On the contrary, no. So.
The next question, Ramon, is good for you. Audit is increasingly becoming an extension of the supervisor. Do you recognize that? And is that a problem for the independent third line? Let me say that, in my opinion, it is very important our role in assure to the ECB the status of the remediation on your findings. In my opinion, it is more important that the internal audit assesses before the ECB. We can be less intrusive, and it is not a problem from my point of view of losing our independence, because we can support our board of directors, our top managers in being more aware about the importance of certain things. So it is not, it is something very related to our mission and our role, I think.
I couldn't agree more. And we also try to be focused when we come with an on-site or a deep dive that can trigger follow-up actions and recommendations or decisions. And it's true, you're right, no, that we rely more and more on internal audit work to check if the remediation actions have taken place. And we request this from internal audit, not from other parts of the bank. So acknowledging your independence and your role as third line of defense. No, we don't request this from the second line. We request it from you normally. And I also like to think that it's very much connected to, up to some extent, to what your board member recommended you this morning. No, so it's the more we are able to work together, the better. So we have the same goal. So to ensure that the risks are properly handled, and you play within the organization. As third line, you are the most independent, acknowledging that you belong still to the organization. So that's why we rely on you, and I agree, and I like your words, no, and what you said. So it's not hindering your independence, but it's a way of working together in the benefit of your institution. No, that's like we like to see it. Of course, we know that this is challenging. The more we inform you in advance of this work to be done, the more we give reasonable deadlines to do that work, the better, no? Because of course that hinders your plans, your annual plans or middle-term plans. So this is something that should be considered from our side, no? And if this kind of work to be done by internal audit provides or hinders your approach, we should discuss it, no? So for each institution, of course, no?
Okay. Thank you, Ramon. One more question for Maria, related what we asked you before about assurance and the assurance and advisory role that the internal audit function has to play. To what's it's an appropriate role for internal audit when participating in various committees in the bank?
Well, I think the answer would be a bit the same, and I think I could link it also very much to the point that I don't know if it was you or Ramon mentioned a bit before, also on the status of the internal function. No, of course, I do not need to explain what is the role of internal audit in the audit committee. No, this is very clear. But of course, in my view, internal audit should play a key role also in the board directly, and also from time to time it should play a key role in the nomination committee if it's something is being discussed that is relevant or where internal audit should play a role, or in the remuneration committee also if there has been something related to the remuneration scheme or specifically that relates to this. So I think while understanding that, and I think this links somehow to one of the slides, to one of the questions that is raised, that is there on how much can internal audit rely or leverage on the work of the risk function. And it's the same question that how much is the supervisor reliant on the work of the internal audit function. We have the same organization and the same risk universe, no? And we are all working from a different perspective and from a different situation, I could say, but on the same thing. So of course, I think we need to rely on each other, you more than us, and let's say internally on the organization, and we need to have a close communication. The better the first line of defense, the easiest the work for the second line, and the easiest the work for the third, and the easiest the work for the supervisor, no? So I think for me this is more or less the same. Of course, internal audit function organization should play a key role and should have a say in the relevant board committees there and in the rest of the committees of the bank. If I was just thinking, to be honest, on the question on the board committees, but if it's not board committees but management committees, also again with the point on the independence and objectivity and the voting rights and all of this. But of course, it's a key stakeholder and a key player in an organization.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are receiving a lot of questions, but due to time, short time, we have a space only for the last one. If possible to show it. It's very interesting. It has something to do with our plan, more risk-based or more coverage-based. It is something important for us. It's very important, your opinion. And the question is if we should move towards agile planning to ensure timely reflection to changes in business environment. We are aware that we must be very focused on the risks, the new risks, as you said, but at the same time we have to guarantee a certain coverage. What is, in your opinion, the right balance in this situation that probably in the near future we will have to face more and more often?
I can start. I think you just mentioned before giving us the floor, no? So it's about the right balance, and then it's up to each institution to define that. So and up to some extent, we also apply it to ourselves. So I was mentioning that we do this exercise of coming with multi-year plans. 3-year horizon, but we adapt them every year, and we are happy to see that even in such a crisis situation, of course, we have to fine-tune, we have to refocus some things, but the big themes remain there because don't come as a surprise, no? So I would always recommend you to be risk-based, to be honest, of course, with the corresponding balance and reasonable coverage, but if you're not risk-based, particularly in a crisis situation, you will come too late, no, and that won't help your organization. So how to address issues in due course and not too late, and maintaining your independence is key, no? But if I were to choose the balance, I would always recommend you to be risk-based, as we try also to be risk-based. But Maria?
No, nothing else. I think the balance and the risk base and each situation will speak on its own. No, so really nothing that you can plan ahead. These two words, I think, are the key ones.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Perhaps an anecdote I remember that doesn't refer to internal audit, but I remember that once in an organization with a 2-tier system, we were asking the supervisory board about any strategic decision that had been taken by the management function. And they were very initially happy to say that this is a decision taken by the management body. We will look at it once the decision is taken. Well, come on, then you will become irrelevant. And if it's not properly addressed, that's not helping your organization, right? So you need to find the right balance, not to come too late and to get your input too late.
Yes, very, very good example. I would say we need to be objectively more risk-based, but to show that we are on the right side. So I wrote down some notes in order to close. We are living particularly difficult times, many risks, many new risks. It is very clear what you mentioned, priority to the credit quality, the funding structure, is very interesting about geopolitics, the sustainability risk, cyber, outsourcing, transition risk about climate, data quality risks. So it is something quite impressive compared to the language we used a few years ago. And it is very important from our side to be able to have adequate skills within our departments in order to be able to face the new risks. This is very challenging for us. Very important our role with the board members, with the top managers, to adapt rapidly the bank in order to be able to face the risks in a better way. The quality of our debate with the board of directors, to be able to inform properly. We enable the sustainability of the company is a very, very nice expression that I wrote down. Let me close with an optimistic view. More risks can give us also more opportunities.
Yeah, indeed.
The diversification of the business, this business model is something very important, very attractive, also for the internal audit function. Our agile transformation in order to be able to be more flexible, more focused on the new risks, the new way of working. This morning we have discussed a lot about the new way of working that, in my opinion, is a new opportunity for us. And also the sustainability for the planet is something where the banks can have a very strategic and important role. And once again, for the internal auditor of the banks is something very, very important. So thank you very much from all of us, not only Paco and me, but also from our banking committee and from all the attendees. I would say that this our session was a demonstration of a possible two ways of relationship within us and ECB. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much
for your availability.
And you're very much welcome.
Thank you, Ramon.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
And now I leave the floor to Maria Rontogianni from the Banking Committee for the next session. Thank you very much.
And indeed, a very interesting session this last hour, and opening the road to discussion with our regulator and our supervisor. It's exciting to be here today and to facilitate the last of the panel discussions with my colleague from the Banking Committee, Virpi Vioninen, and who comes to us from Nordea, and she's a veteran internal auditor and has recently taken over the post of the Chief Internal Auditor at Nordea, the largest in the Nordics, over a year ago, right?
Correct.
It's interesting, we've spent the entire day today listening to external auditors, we listened to bank audit committee members, we listened to our regulators, we even had a corporate philosopher. And now's our time to turn the table onto the different industry. We focused a lot about banking. Let's hear from two panelists today who come to us from a different industry. Andrea spoke to us today in the morning and said we have to expect the unthinkable. And I think what we'll hear today from our panelists from TUI, as well as from Google Cloud, will be definitely interesting and a different perspective and from the banking industry. So welcome to our two panelists.
Welcome, Maria.
Welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for being with us today. And let's move into something and find a different perspective of what happened to each of your industries and is happening still as a result of the new shocks our world, our new world, and what we're living in. So Igor, would you like to start and give us a perspective of what's happening at Google?
Yeah, Maria, thank you. I would like to broaden the scope a little bit because Google is probably not that comparable to the rest of the industry because it's one of the hyperscalers. If we have a broader look on the industries and in particular those that are critical for the national economy, what we've seen in the recent times is that in particular the small and medium-sized companies suffer a lot from cyber attacks. Why is that the case? This is, from my perspective, a multifold reason. A, we have the context of the Russian-Ukraine conflict that really brought cyber, let's say, activities more to the front than prior to that. Second of all, these companies, the small and medium companies, are now in a position to enter the digital space, right? And here a transformation is needed from a traditional technical-centric view to a data human-centric view. And due to the fact that most of these companies are still at the transition, which is good and there's a lot of chances, but also provides some risk, here we see that they are in the majority affected of these types of attacks. Then we had a third component, and this was the COVID crisis, where a lot of companies were forced to change their way how to cooperate, how to work, how to process data. So what do I mean with that? The attack surface of the companies themselves or their critical assets changed a little bit. And altogether, it was a crucial mix-up that need to be handled one or the other way. Why did I spare out the bigger companies? I mean, these bigger companies, in particular those that for years are under heavy regulation. You mentioned the financial industry before that. They were used to precautions, right? And they took all that stuff very serious and they're very early prepared, not only in terms of BCM, BCP, but also in terms of resilience. And this is something they had a little bit, let's call it a little advantage compared to the others. But nonetheless, at the end, this is something we only can do together because here we see a proper proof that security is nothing to differentiate, but something that we only can achieve if we work together.
Very well said. And Thomas, is there definitely impacts in tourism and how do you see things now looking back at the impacts in the last 2+ years?
Well, you can bet on that for sure. Talking about tourism, I mean, starting with the COVID-19 crisis, I think that has been an unprecedented situation we never faced before, both from a society perspective, but also from a company perspective. And I can tell you that if a company is not allowed to offer their product simply because the travelers can't travel, then this is something which isn't sustainable at all for a business. So I think that has been a very specific situation. At that time, we as TUI had benefited from loans from the state, and we're just about to pay this off again. And now as we have just restarted the business at the beginning of the year, or more say at April onwards, we were trapped in what many people call the Great Resignation, right? I mean, it was very difficult to attract talent, not only for our own operations, but also in the supply chain. I mean, you've probably read that especially the airports in the UK had challenges, and many others did so as well. And then on top of that, the Ukraine war came, which for us, luckily, we haven't been largely affected. Well, saying that. I remember that we used to have a major shareholder who's Russian, who's sanctioned now, but that doesn't drive us from an operational point of view. However, what we're currently being challenged with is that following this Ukraine war, we see a lot of fluctuations in our input cost, major from kerosene for sure, but also the US dollar, and so many other costs are on the rise. So I think everybody was thinking we're getting out of the first crisis, just to move into the next one. Does it mean that this is now a time of constant crisis? I don't think so. It's just like kind of a coincidence that we have so many crises at once. But we need to cope with it, and we need to manage it. And we as TUI, we know how to do crisis, because we had a lot of operational topics, be it wildfires where we need to carry home our customers, or be it the eruption of the volcano in Iceland a couple of years ago, which didn't allow us to run our aircraft anymore. So we know how to cope with crisis, and at the moment it's just probably a bit much at once, but we're dealing with it.
Okay, and if I then reflect perhaps a bit on the banking industry and compare a little bit to your experiences there, I think it's safe to say that I think Thomas's industry has been through quite a lot compared on the impact to the banks. I think the banks have mainly been struggling, of course, with COVID when it initially broke out, and now dealing with the impact of the war as well. But I would say for the banking industry, the COVID impact, at least based on my experience, has been higher than the impact of the war. So when the war broke out, I think one of our key concerns were related to, of course, how are we exposed to these impacted countries? Do we have direct credit exposures in these countries, or do our customers have direct credit exposures in these countries? We were, of course, also hit by the sanctions because a lot of new sanctions were coming in, and the banks needed to act really fast to be able to manage those sanctions. And then, of course, cybersecurity, as also Igor explained earlier, cyber was very high on our agenda as well, how to mitigate that risk fast. But then last but definitely not least, I would like to mention the people impact. We have heard a lot of discussions today on how important it is that our people are feeling well and feeling safe. And I think when the war broke out, of course, many financial institutions and other companies too had to look for if their people are safe. Are they located in these impacted areas? How can we help them? Are our people able to transfer money the way they need to transfer with these new sanctions coming in, etc.? So the human impact is of course important, and I think many industries, banking included, activated themselves in dealing with the refugee crisis and having volunteering options to their staff members as well.
Thanks for that little trip down what happened to each of your industries. I think what we're eager to hear from you as well on how you believe an audit plan and how that needs to be changed and be flexible in order to capture the emerging risks. We just heard from our regulators that we need to be closer and faster. We need to be flexible. We also have a Slido on this that we would like to have the participation of the team. So what do you believe is a more flexible audit plan? Does it need to be more flexible? Yes, no, or maybe I don't know. And we'll see what the polls say. I don't think we'll be expecting much difference than a clear 100%, but let me not jump the gun. It is late in the afternoon, but...
Seems to be quite firm, 100%.
I think it's 100%. Oh, we might have some no's. Interesting. Okay. We speak too soon. Let's let the results show. It is an overwhelming response, yeah, that we should be flexible. How have you managed your audit plans, and what do you expect from the auditors, Igor, in order to make a change as a business stakeholder of ours now and no longer on the audit side? But how should we affect our audit plan in order to capture what your expectations are of us?
Well, you see me smiling. Why? Because, I mean, there are two hearts beating this time. On the one hand, for almost 25 years, I've been socialized in the financial industry. So there we face a fairly rigid regime, as you all know. Nonetheless, I'm a big fan by motivation of the three lines of defense model. The question if an audit plan should be more flexible or not is a question, where do you come from and not where you are? Because my experience is there's already a lot of companies out there that have a fairly flexible approach in place because they have a pretty good understanding of what is needed or not. And latest, with the necessary switch in paradigm from the technic center to the data-centric view, you need to be more flexible, or what we would call more flexible than in the traditional way. Don't get me wrong, a timely, discrete audit is bread and butter business and is still necessary for several reasons, bookkeeping and all of that stuff. But the rest that needs to go along with the day-to-day business, here we need from my personal point of view, a complete new methodology, a complete new approach, a smaller time period where things are audited, where we have an impression, an evaluation from an independent third party that helps people affected with that specific topic to getting better, to be aware, to get a transparency about existing blind spots and all of this stuff. Audit is definitely not something about blaming someone or discrediting something, right? It's something to help the company. And first of all, this is something that might be probably the most flexible thing to be initiated. But flexibility is, if you want to take that as the overarching topic, definitely something good.
Thomas, how have you changed, or have you changed your audit plan in the midst of all of these crises?
Well, we have departed from formulating a yearly audit plan already 4 years ago. The reason being that when we did so, I went to our chief executive to understand whether he has also topics he wants to look us after during the audit plan, and he came up with one. And I was so happy noting it down, put it on the audit plan. And 9 months later, after the audit was completed, I had issued the report. Now, the good news is I had issued the report, so I fulfilled the request of our CEO. However, 9 months later is, from a time to market perspective, nothing which is really helpful. I guess our chief executive had probably already forgotten about the topic then. Now that led me to the idea of departing from a yearly audit plan. What we currently do is we do have every 6 weeks so-called iteration meetings, where I sit down with my managers and we're planning the next 6 weeks in terms of audits. And there's a clear process being defined with audit ideas. They need to be ready. They need to be agreed as well. And if we can incorporate them by way of our capacity, then we do this on a risk basis. And frankly speaking, when I presented this new approach first time to our supervisory board, they were a bit surprised that I didn't get a full year audit plan. However, I was fond to believe that I'm much closer to actually what the problems are, what the new emerging risks are, that I was that I was defending it. And now, 4 years later, I think that is really the way forward. Not only through the crisis, but also now after the crisis, let's say the COVID crisis over and we're doing business again, there's a lot of business coming back here and there. There are a lot of challenges bringing the business back because the business has been in hibernation for 2 years. A lot of people have changed, etc. So there's a lot of risks popping up where you probably don't expect them at the beginning. So doing this at a 1 year plan, I don't think this is really helpful. So I really do believe this is to have a short framed audit plan is really the way forwards.
Can I ask you, Thomas, to continue from there? Do you see any challenges in having good governance around changes to the plan and having them approved when you make continuous changes? Has that been any kind of challenge for you in this new approach?
Mm-hmm. So what I'll do is, of course, I inform my board about the new audits I propose, and they sign them off. And of course, from time to time, they also do challenge it. But this is something which I appreciate actually, because I mean, I might not have seen everything they saw. So in terms of governance, there is still the boards who do their job in signing the things off and also challenging them. But it's not that I do this just once a year. I do this 6 times a year when I move up to the board and present.
Okay, sounds very good. And if I then reflect on from my perspective and how we handle the changes, definitely the expectation from the CEO and I think from the boards as well has been to provide fast assurance when the risk picture is changing. There is no doubt that we are expected to do that. And I think holding on to annual plan that may have been created 6 months ago or 8 months ago is not really seen as a value-adding way for audit to perform their audits. And I've been reflecting on that as these sort of global shocks and crises seem to happen more frequently these days. It might be an idea for the audit functions in all industries perhaps to look into whether they should have a methodology in place for these sort of rapid response audits, which might not be in the plan yet, which might be something you need to do really fast. And that is definitely something that we are looking into as well. Mm-hmm. And even though in my company we do have annual audit plan, we do refresh the plan every single month and we present the changes to the board. So we have a bit different approach, but still a lot of changes taking place during the year.
And frankly speaking, if I talk to my fellow audit colleagues from other companies, I see many approaches in this direction just to create a bit more flexibility. I think, frankly speaking, we ever had flexibility. So in case there was an audit on the plan which turned out not to be necessary, you probably might have put that off the plan, not dealing with it, and you had always a capacity left over for some immediate audits to be taken up. But I think what I see when I talk to my fellow audit people is that many companies go down that route. On the flip side, I also had at least one big company who is moving back to a rolling audit plan. But I think the majority of companies is looking for more flexibility in the audit plan.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Thomas. And I think I could continue from there to our next question, which is related to the role of internal audit in identifying emerging risks. And I think one of the most frequent questions that I receive from our senior stakeholders, including the board members, is, can you help me in identifying what is the next big risk? What is lurking behind the corner? What is the risk that might materialize, which we don't foresee yet? And of course, that is a very difficult question for, I suppose, any function to answer. including also auditors to answer. I wanted to ask your view, Igor. How do you see the role of internal audit in identifying emerging risks? Is this something that the audit functions should be doing, or is this a role for second line or first line functions?
Yeah, thanks, Sophie. This is a good question. And the answer is yes and no. Because why should the internal audit department, being the wise man and the single source of wisdom, they can't. And neither can't the second nor the third line be the single source of truth. So what do I mean with that? If we're talking about upcoming risks, new potential threats that might menace the company's well-being, this is basically nothing else than scenario building. And for scenario building, it's recommendable that you have a good team of experts composed of each and every entity and party that you can have. Get the experts done the job, no matter where they belong to. If they are in internal audit, fine. If they are in security, fine. If they are with risk, fine. If they come from the business, fine as well. I mean, these days what we do, and which I deem to be very reasonable, is have a end-to-end process view on coming from the business, because that's what feeds us all at the end of the month. And here we should understand what are the critical assets for the company, what are the critical business processes. If we understand that, then we have the substantial basis where we can act on and where we can build the scenarios from. And I wouldn't exclude any one of these types of parties. Why? Because each and everyone has specific skills, specific experiences, and only together and composed well, they give additional value for the company, and that's exactly where you can raise the biggest synergies and leverage the effect.
Thank you very much, Igor. How about you, Thomas? How do you see the role of internal audit in your company in trying to help the management to identify the emerging risks?
Well, I cannot disagree more to what Igor said, simply because, of course, I'm the man of wisdom. Of course I am.
We agree.
Jokes, yes. Jokes aside, I think that the Igor's answer is the right one. I think it's a mix of both, right? If you have a well-operating operational risk management, if this risk management works well, then of course you will leverage on the work as much as possible. Now, does it mean that you never come up with emerging risks? So, I mean, this is, of course, looking back at my experience, it's not the case, because sometimes if you figure out in an audit that, or you thought it's going to be a small problem, and then when you do the audit, you figure out it's a much bigger one, and it's maybe connected to some other areas as well. So I think it's a bit of both. Now, I think in comparison to the banking or the financial industry, risk management at big corporates is, I wouldn't say it's more difficult, but it's probably not that well established, because we tend, or it's very difficult to calculate each and every operational risk. Now, in Germany, the new auditing standard makes us to calculate every risk, which is a challenge itself, but it might develop the risk management system further, also in industrial companies. But again, coming back to my initial statement, if the operational risk management system works well, then of course we leverage, but it doesn't mean that only they come up with new risks, it's also us. It's a mixture.
Thank you very much, Thomas. How about you, Maria? If you think about banking industry and where you work, is this a role for your audit function?
I'm going to have to agree with both gentlemen that it's not in isolation. I can't imagine that the internal audit function alone is responsible for identifying the emerging risks. And quite frankly, we heard all throughout the day today that collaboration and cooperation across the three lines of defense is what will bring out all of us to safeguard our banks and our companies faster and stronger. And to the point that Thomas made in regards to the risk management in non-banks, indeed, we have a differentiation there where our risk management has a more defined guardrails versus in a non-banking industry. But that nevertheless doesn't stop us from working in collaboration to identify those emerging risks. After all, I think you used the word nicely, lurking around the corner. Definitely the events of the last 12 months have shown us that we really don't know what is literally around the corner from what's happening on the global scale.
And perhaps that means that we really need to have good audit coverage of our risk management functions, operational risk, scenario analysis processes, etc., to be able to rely that those processes work in our companies as well. Okay, if we then move on to a bigger question, we have been discussing today a lot about the role of internal audit in the changing world, and we know that the world is continuously changing around us. Earlier on, Annette mentioned that it's important that internal audit functions are forward-looking instead of chasing the ambulance, and that resonated with me quite well. So we are really expected to be quite agile and maybe adopt different roles when needed. How do you see, Thomas, the internal audit's role perhaps in providing more advisory type of services to your organization?
Yeah. When I started off my role at TUI, we had, if you like, a kind of an audit factory. Yeah, so the audit function was drilled to produce a number of audit reports in the same shape, in the same sort. So it was a highly effective and efficient audit function. Now, if I look at the audit function today, we're much more open. So what we do, what we believe serves the purpose best. And frankly speaking, this is very nicely reflected in the way the reports look like. Of course, you have the bread and butter audit reports with findings, with rating and so on. But you also have presentations, you also have observations, etc. So it's difficult to assess whether this is still then more an advisory type of work or not. Now, maybe there was a bit too much flexibility looking at it now, but the beauty is that we have dedicated, or we're trying to have dedicated products for each of the audit, or let's say each of the, we call them engagements, for each of the engagements we're having. And if you like, so for example, we do have an audit product which is called Watching Brief, where we tend to follow a greater transformation project on an ongoing basis. We have deep dives where we look into very specific areas, pinch them really down, but very, very short, very at the spot. We do have standard audits. We do have all sorts of topics. Now, there's one challenge to it. If you want to do advisory, you need people who can do advisory. If you have people who have done, the standard type of audits year in, year out, then you cannot simply tell them at the next day that they're supposed to do advisory work. This, I believe, doesn't really happen. Now, I have recruited just somebody who was in an advisory role before, and I have to say that is Really, that's really the truth. I mean, this is a person who is actually best placed in advisory roles. So I believe people make the difference here, and the skill set of the people make the difference if you want to do advisory.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I think, again, we heard the importance of having right competent people in the audit function, and that has been a big theme, I think, during the whole day today. How do you see, Igor, would you like to receive advice from audits in addition to traditional audit projects?
It's nice that you laugh yourself. I wonder, because surrounded from auditors and they have a good portion of humor by bringing it to the topic. But being serious, yes. And this is something, here advisory for me has several meanings. It's first of all sharing the knowledge and sharing the experience that they've made. And what Thomas answered before is already a good condensed extract of what most people would really love to have. Most people, I think, from my personal experience, fear the advisory of audit for one reason, because they think someone will come along and will blame them for whatever. I mean, I never had that in my former role. I had, let's say, strong and lengthy discussions with our head of audit. And I really like her way of working, and I like her personally. But if it have come to the worst, I mean, that's something you need to check out. Advisory B is something else. Advisory here, and this is twofold. And here I also agree with Thomas. On the one hand, if it comes, you need to have people who are able to advise. But what I mean content-wise is bring transparency to the decision makers and those who need to work with the results of the audit, right? And if you have someone enabling the flow, the explanation, then you really gained a lot of that. And if it comes to proper project advisory or task advisory, here I feel still the fear that the problem of independence couldn't be circumvented. For me, I think this also falls under this thinking of new ways of auditing, of the ability to look outside the existing race conditions. I'm not saying that this is all of the new audit, but this is for a certain piece of audit work, definitely something I would wish for, because a constructive and critical discussion helps you always getting better. And this is one of the most important functions that an audit has, to give you an impulse where to get better, to give you an impulse where you are already good, right? And it's nothing to do that you're good or bad or to blame something, even though most of the people feel so. But this is a question how you live this thing and how you establish a certain set of working together with each other. And if that means advisory, then I'm 150% fan of.
Thank you very much, Igor. Maria, how have you experienced the role of internal audit in providing advice?
I think I'm going to take the traditional route here today and pose the traditional side of internal audit after being in the profession for so many years, is that, you know, we are the formal assurance function of every organization, so whether it's banking or it's industry. But listening to the both of you today and listening to how you treat this, it's interesting to hear Thomas has a portfolio of products that he's offering. And for me, one of the portfolio of products could be what Igor has said, is to bring that transparency to the decision makers. Because in the end, how you define advisory is really at the crux of what we're giving as a product as auditors. So the best of both worlds is what we're hearing here today. Develop the transparency so that someone can take the decision. And I think we've done that in banking many times. We may not have been able to define that as advisory or an issue, or where do we put this in teammate? And we all have those conversations. But how do we bring the information to the decision makers, and how do we make that in a gamma of portfolios, of products along a portfolio where we can offer that. So definition, collaboration again, and how we make us closer and faster to the business, which seems to be an overarching theme today, and that holds true for banking.
Absolutely. And perhaps having open dialogue also with the board members as to what is their appetite for the audit functions to moving more to providing advice, and what does it require from the governance perspective, perhaps as well. I think we are ready to move to questions from the audience. So let's see what we have here. We have a question on what is the role of internal audit in auditing cloud services. Igor, would you like to start with this one?
Yes, I'll take that. Auditing cloud services is something, let's say, it's not easy, but it's not rocket science either. On the one hand, you need to distinguish first between what you want to audit in the context of the cloud service provider, and B, what is it that you want to audit in terms of the customer who is using these cloud services at all, right? This is the basic segregation, not meaning that they are not overlapping. But, and then a complete different view on that is, what is the system itself already auditing? So are the methods that the system is using, is that up to date? Is the context that the system is using appropriate? Are the testimonies that the system spits out automatically, are these appropriate? And how are the implementation the customer is setting on the system, is that appropriate as well? So is it seamless? Is it flawless what you seen there? Giving you an example, the cloud system itself is easy to give you a certificate to check if it's 20270X, or if it's a SOC 3 certificate, or if it's compliant to whatever act. In our case, we have over hundreds of compliance availabilities that are checked online, that are built into the code. So this is a complete different way of auditing things than traditionally, right? On the other hand, you still need to check as an auditor if the proper business type of content is implemented in the use cases, or is that inappropriate in a way that whatever you wish to see there is not there. So the traditional auditing method, like we would see them on-prem, so where it shouldn't be a difference between on-prem or off-prem if you would check an IT system. The thing here is what I strongly also recommend, if it comes to the questions with the customers, I say, what is the information that you want to audit, right? Follow the path of information. And then you can easily find out where the information is processed, how it is processed, under which race condition it is processed, and where it is processed, and all of that stuff. And then you have a fairly comprehensive I have, in particular from the audit environment, they say, it looks fairly difficult to approach that thing, in particular if we go for the hyperscalers, and in particular if we go for the regulated industry. And here I am with the answer. Let's discuss what is the info that you're looking for? What are the processes that you're looking for? They are not really separate than on-prem. It might be probably a little bit more, let's say, disguised, but here we are there to demystify and work together with you. And there it should be a proper cooperation between the hyperscalers and the auditors to simplify and demystify and make it transparent.
Thank you very much, Igor. Thomas, what is your view on the reliance on second line risk management function, for example, at TUI? How do you approach this topic in your industry? You are on mute, Thomas.
It had to happen. So So, I mean, the question is phrased, should we rely more? I'm not sure whether we should rely more. I think whenever I do rely on the work of the second line, whatever it might be, a kind of second line, then I had to test and had to review what the second line has been doing. And for me, it's more than just risk management. So we have a second line called security, health, and safety. And if you transport like 20 million customers, then you want to make sure that security, health, and safety is a working function. So this is an important second line. IT security is another very important second line, because they are dealing with the internal controls for IT and cybersecurity. And of course, I need to make sure that this is working before I can rely on what they're actually be doing. In terms of reliance, I mean, reliance one is that you look and review the output of the second line of this specific second line. That is fine. The second thing is whether it also provides you with some input for your own audit plan. Now, I give you an example. We do have a second line, which is project management. And although we are in close cooperation with them, we leverage the information they are gathering, but we do our own risk assessment on the projects, which might differ from their own risk assessment. So if you like, we're relying on the data they're collecting, but we're not necessarily relying or have the same view on how risky a project is. So it is in a nutshell, it's a dedicated approach, tailor-made for each second line.
Thank you, Thomas. Maria, how have you approached this in your role? And are you relying on second line, or are you having some other thoughts on that?
I think we also have that strong regulation, which we heard before, but it doesn't hinder us from working together, right? So even in our organization, we don't have a straight line to say it's always going to be reliance fully or partially. It's pretty much along the lines of how Thomas laid it out, and it's for every second line function, we consider either the data or consider the output and let it feed into either an individual audit project, or the overall annual audit plan. We still have an annual audit plan, so I've got to get to work like Thomas has and make that on a quarterly or 6-week basis. So that's quite aggressive on our end. But yeah, we do place some level of reliance on the work of our second line functions.
And my experience has been recently that second line is also, of course, evolving and developing quite rapidly, and our work starts to be a bit similar between what second line is doing, more thematic reviews, just like audit functions are doing, and then of course you end up in discussions with the management as well as to whether we duplicate our efforts, and that is of course always a room. There's always more room for coordination of our efforts and different approaches and different roles that we have in the organization as well.
And a continuous auditing of that second line functions in order to continuously place reliance on it. So I think there's some kind of mix between audit, reliance, and each year forward in order to be able to continue.
Absolutely. Okay, and then Igor, I think the next question is for you. What are your views on privacy Schrems 2 in current times? Transfer to clouds, more privacy regulations and penalties.
Yeah, I'll take the question, even though it's a very open one. I mean, Schrems 2 is an existing fact, so you can't really negate it. Nonetheless, Schrems 2 again is no showstopper, right? There are several ways how to work with it, and don't neglect Schrems 2 with and operating on the cloud. And here the key word is the sovereign clouds, right? We as Google, we work with the T-System in Germany that provides all customers that need a sovereign cloud in the meaning of Schrems 2, obeying all privacy-related topics, that they can make use of the advantages of a cloud, right? So exactly all the concerns that we have there, and I think these types of regulations are definitely good that people talk about it and made up their minds. So I think personally it's very, very worth that people can decide about the privacy of their data, right? And what they want to do with that or not. And we've seen it has a global effect, that discussion. But coming to the point, if you take these sovereign clouds, then you still have the ability to work with it, even though you probably haven't made up your mind. But in addition to the Schrems 2 thing, on a modern cloud technology, you can additionally put other controls in place where you can say how data or the property or determine the properties of data concerning confidentiality, integrity, availability, the way you want to have it processed. You even can choose the way where it is processed if it comes to ESG topics and all of that stuff. So privacy is at the end of the day, only one topic that you as a mature owner of data can determine what your data is all about and where to process it. But, and this is crucial from my personal point of view, it requires two things. A, you need to know what your critical data is all about. And this again means know the structure of the data, know the attributes of your data, know the history of the data, and know the inventory of the data. And B, know the processes where you need that specific data in. And if you have the proper answers to these two major questions, then you can access it, and then you're very successful in using the chances of a cloud technology.
Thank you very much, Igor. I think it is time for us to wrap up our panel discussion today. The key takeaways for me personally have been that we all definitely see a need also in the ever-changing world for a very well-established audit function, independent third line of defense that plays a crucial role in the governance structure. But because of the times that we live in, there is also more and more need for increased flexibility for the audit functions, especially when it comes to their plans. And I think we are all very inspired, Thomas, by your 6 weekly sessions, and we will all consider, I think, our approach towards annual planning as well. We have also heard about having different products and services that we can offer as audit functions. It might not be only traditional assurance, which is probably going to be a big part of our work going forward as well, but we need to add on top of that more flexible services that we can provide, and advisory as well. And I think one of the key takeaways as well is the good collaboration with the other functions in our organizations in being able to identify, for example, the emerging risks as well. I would like to thank you, panelists, Thomas and Igor. It was very nice to hear different perspectives from different industries today. That was very inspiring for all of us. So thank you very much, and I will then hand over to Andrea for the wrap-up of the session.
For sure.
So, we are already at the end of our banking forum for this year. I hope that you enjoyed the session as much as Willem, Jan and me did. And I have to say that I'm particularly happy to be here in Brussels office and to have my colleagues with me, as you have recognized that we are here in a very nice studio. So just let us reflect a little bit on the day, what we have learned and what we have heard about today.
I had a great day, to be honest.
Good.
Andrea. So yeah, and also thanks for moderating all the sessions today. I think you've done a wonderful job. A lot of inspiration for me. A difficult way to start. Maybe you start at the beginning with Nick, right? So Nick talked about the situation where banks are in at the moment, and his wise words were, in the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity, and I think that is a good way to maybe also to end today with. But he said in an environment like this, there are a couple of things banks could do to stay resilient. So he was talking about diversifying your business, staying in control of your risks, to take bold decisions, to stay resilient, have a constructive dialogue with the regulator, and also about safeguard your human capital. And I think that is basically maybe also a nice bridge to the session with Roger and Steve, right? Where he says the relevance of people and culture is really key.
Yeah, Roger said all resilience starts with human resilience. Yeah. I found that the most important sentence. I think it's very striking and summarized very good what his essence of his speech. So he reflected on the psychological and philosophical side of stress and resilience, but also stress and the importance of the team, which gives you some confidence and which helps you because you're sitting in this boat together, right? And it is very important to understand each other, to understand each other's, he called it moral DNA, its values and the principles as the rules. And next to understanding each other and building up trust, diversity is also key in a team to complement each other and to work closely together. And I think this close cooperation between team members, but also between functions, between the audit functions and the audit committee, between audit functions and external auditors, but also with the regulators, that is a topic we have heard during the day a couple of times.
Yeah. And I remember vividly that he said that you shouldn't work more than 36 hours a week in order to stay effective, right? And I think build on that. Then Annette mentioned later on that one part of retaining your talents in your organization is to work on remuneration, right? That is the big elephant in the room.
Okay,
so
that's good for us. I mean, less work and much more pay. So I think we all like that.
I've got to make sure that my boss sees the video. Yeah, for sure. No, so with Annette and Helga and also with Pascal, we also talked about the skill sets and the profile of internal auditors in this resilient environment. And we talked about that not only technical skills are important, but also the leadership skills that come along with it. We'd also talked about a hybrid way of working or remote way of working, but in essence, I think everybody agreed that being physical present in the office would also help engage your team members and to learn from each other, and also to keep the motivation high, I guess. So we talked about diversity from different angles, also how we cooperate with first line of defense and second line of defense, and I think that is also something that you could help build careers for your staff. And that makes you an attractive function to attract the right people to your team. Yeah? And ultimately, I think the key thing that I took away from the discussion is make sure that your teams they share a shared purpose for the function as a whole. Huh?
And from now onwards, no longer support functions, but transversal function, right? That was also Annette stressed a couple of times, and I found it a quite good description of the audit function and the role of the audit function within the organization. Yeah. And that maybe is also the bridge to our next guest, our next panel, where we sit together with the ECB. I think we all appreciate a lot that our ECB colleagues are entering in such an open dialogue with us, and they come here and have this open discussion with us. So what Ramon said, the priorities of the ECB, they remained adequate, but they refocused during the crisis situation or in view of the crisis situation. So let me recap. He said credit risk in his various dimensions, in whichever form. Then funding structure and liquidity, implications from increasing interest rate, and profitability, which all pushes us into more digital models, working models, and sustainable finance is, of course, a huge topic for all of us. And then cybersecurity, which is to us quite, I must say, a more new risk category, always been operational risk, but now becomes, I think, quite a new dimension. And be mindful about your legacy IT systems, right? They are still there, and they will not go away from one day to another. And there are still some reminders from the past, like governance structure. I always looked at governance, but sound governance structures and culture have even gained more importance in the crisis situation. And not to forget a number of regulatory priorities which are still there and we will have to implement at internal auditors, look at, like Basel III, climate risk management, and DORA.
Yeah. I also like the reminder of Ramon about his assessment on the effectiveness of an internal audit function and whether it is about setting the right priorities, so not trying to do everything 100%. Therefore, as he said, it's called a scope, right? And to do your audits risk-based, to make sure you've got skilled and staff resources in your audit department. The stature of your audit function is very important, and that you do inform management properly about the execution of your audits and the outcome of it, and that you do adequate follow-up. And in that sense, I also like to hear from the industry, basically, from Igor and from Thomas, about how they do it in the environment outside of banking, and whereby Thomas said his 6 weeks audit approach, which is quite revolutionary, at least from the perspective of where I'm sitting. We do more like an annual plan and do the periodic revisions. But I really liked the ideas that they shaped for us. Yep.
I found it quite interesting to learn that even both Igor and Thomas work in different industries. Their view on audit and cooperation with the second line, for example, is not so much different from our view. Yeah. So that means even if you're not working in such a highly regulated industry as we do, you might come to a different audit approach. Yeah. And for me, that was not so clear, because when we putting together the agenda for the forum, we thought it would be good also to invite somebody or some people from outside the banking industry to see which answer somebody who is not under this rigid regulation would find to some of the questions we are faced with. So I found that quite interesting. And
they pointed out quite interestingly as well, one thing that Ramon did not point out, and that is more the time to market of your audit reports. So how quickly can you turn around, and what products do you've got for what type of engagement? So it's good to be reminded of that as well. Yeah. To be more flexible, to be more agile in order to be resilient. I think that is the important message, and that is the important message of the day, and perfectly, I think, summarizes the whole day. The whole day, I hope. So once again, I hope you all enjoyed the day as we did. Yeah. I would really wish to meet you in person next time. I said that already last year, and I think the year before. But let's see. In the meantime, I hope you stay all healthy and very devoted and motivated for audit. Thank you very much. Thank you, and goodbye.